Good morning, everyone. Ooh, we opened above for 5,300. Guy brush for MOASS. It's not a good morning for quite a few people. Yeah, that might be true. I said he needed more money. Although he could have gotten triple what he did. By diluting half as much. Any updated positioning since last night? I don't know, look. I looked at like 8:30 and absolutely fucking nothing had changed, so there's a little better ramp on the upside. Yeah, that's about it. Nothing else really changed much. Where do you see it going now? If GME falls under that second hump, it's just going to keep tanking. Yeah, I'm getting Discord turned on right now. What the fuck? I keep having this problem where I try to start it and it just closes the page. There we go. I got it. Dude diluting sub 20 when he could have at 60. Absolute failure of a CEO. Agreed. Bulls, like they've been struggling with 5,300 all pre-market. Yeah, 5,300 is kind of tough. There's a lot of sold calls here. And so not only is there charm decay to the upside, right? Like a lot of the calls between 5,300 and 5,325 are sold. And so what that does is it crushes the gamma at spot. So you end up with keep having to show people these, but I hope it's helping. Hold on. Epic pen turned off. All right, so let's say this is your upside, like bullish gamma curve, right? And you start selling these strikes, like 5,300, say through 5,325, right? What you're gonna do is you're gonna crush the gamma here, like that. And what this does is it makes it really fucking, that's a little bit off. There. So it makes it really hard to build up bullish positioning when you're under, oh, it's not showing up on the fucking screen. Yeah, I'm getting it. Thank you. There we go. So it crushes gamma here in this range, right? And it makes it really hard to build up positive gamma until you get above 5,300. At which point you can build up the gamma because you're squeezing out the short calls, right? But under 5,300, it just slides right down, right? VIX at record lows. Not yet, but fucking close. Just remember, if there's a bunch of synthetic shorts, the share offering can cause a run, small run, because everybody uses the liquidity to settle out their obligations. So keep that in mind. It also depends on the rate at which they dump shares into the market. So the chance of another GME run pretty much dead now. It's in a very bad. Like I'm not gonna lie to you. It's in a very bad spot. Falling down into the 25 range and now pushing into the 22-20 range is really bad. There's very little Vega exposure here. Even if IV spikes, it's unlikely the price is going to run back up above that 25 level. And IV's declining anyway, so the and charm, right? So not only is IV declining, but the MM is dumping delta simply with the passage of time. I don't have any open positions on GME currently. Although I did expect Cohen to do a share offering, I expected him to do it at a much higher price. What? You didn't predict this, Gherkin? Nobody could have seen this coming. Yes, I did. Multiple times. Did you touch on cat at all? I didn't. I forgot I had a position. It's up, which is super dope. Ooh, look at that. Zero GT is getting in there. But MOASS. Not real. Oh, how does everyone who was DRSing feel? Thanks for all your help. I went from 9K to 14K overnight with GME puts. It's nice to win for once. My man. Even with the crush, that's pretty good. Dangerous, but pretty good. Does this possibly stuff future runs on GME because of extra liquidity? It could delay the time it takes for sufficient obligations to build up. Um, So potentially, yes. Let's face it, Gherkin's been more right and given us more chances to make money than DFE did, or just too regarded to listen. Eh, I don't personally like the comparison. We're not really trying to accomplish the same thing, right? DFE just tweets, he likes the stock. And he gave everybody, more than ample warning back in 2020. So no one wanted to listen to him, right? Well, I mean, to be fair, it all sounded crazy. I asked Cohen last night why no share offering, and he said no sell, no sell. Does the dilution put RC at sub 10% ownership, meaning he no longer has to file before selling? I don't think so. And I think you would still have to file anyway, a Form 4, because he's the fucking chairman. So regardless of his share ownership, he's still an insider. So the DRS crowd today getting ultra bullish. Me, on the other hand, I over leveraged into 30, 35 short call spreads. How's Fubo looking now? It's been getting shorted pretty heavily. I don't think its correlation with GME is all that important anymore. It once was, once upon a time, but Fubo's become very liquid over the years. It's definitely not. Fubo is not a meme stock. Everyone wants it to be one, but it's really not, right? Like I know we had that run to like $8 that one time after immediately after it becoming a pickles pick, but that was kind of its last big hurrah over the last couple of years, right? Fubo's like a long-term buy and hold, and really most of the money and the advantage on Fubo is gotten through harvesting theta, um, for which it is phenomenal. There has been many a time where I've sold CSPs on Fubo for a 10% weekly yield with almost no chance of assignment. I think it's funny that everyone of those lunatics who yelled at all of us, calling us shills for multiple years, all to ran the CS to sell and couldn't even log in on a big run. I warned them like so many fucking times. Pepino, here's the tip of the day. At sex parties, if you're gonna stem the rose, first one should sacrifice a stinky pinky to push back the line and avoid any butt darts. No one wants to end up with brown wings. Beautifully put, Kendra. Yeah. Hey Greg, what would if I approved? What would conditions would need to be satisfied for GME to move to Russell 2K? We'll just have to see if the FTSE chose to move it to the Russell 2000. It would be a good thing if you're someone who wants future runs on GameStop, because with the liquidity injection, it'll be very hard for it to run on Russell 1000. Wait, computer share crashed during the run? Yep. Yep. Can you put GME on screen? Isn't it? Oh, sorry. It's kind of depressing to look at it. That's probably just gonna get stuck at 20. There's a bunch of gamma at 20 to help protect the downside from a bigger move. I guess if Jeffrey starts issuing shares intraday, though, it might drop more. it could get over that hump. If it gets over 20, it's just gonna go straight down to like gamma max, which is like 12. Did Jimmy fall into cycles like we used to have? What would have to happen? A lot of leaps would have to stay on the chain. What probably would have been a little bit better if Cohen hadn't diluted the fuck out of the float. Have you looked at FFIE? I don't chase penny stock pump and dumps. Ryan Cohen's Persian Rugpull Emporium. I thought it was a good title. This now has more calls. And 52.95 also has more calls. But if we break below 52.95, there's no support till 75. And there's a lot more puts to the downside of it. He's back. I'm back. Did I cut out for a second? Oh, sorry. Yeah, so the call wall at 52.90 moved up to 95, but below 95, more puts. So if we lose 95, pretty bearish versus 90 last night. US stocks lack direction. Really? We slammed into Vega neutral in like less than 2 weeks. That's a harder move up than we had from no it took us from October through January for us to hit Vega neutral last time. Did you wait for GoEV to drop for an entry? I'm just selling shitloads of CSPs on it at massive yields. Bearish, but also every dip above GN is bullish. Yeah. But it can slide down to 75. If it lost 75, it can it can slide all the way down to GN. Remember, the closer you get to GN, the less supportive the MM is. And that has to do with total gamma exposure, right? How them GoEV tips? It seems frothy. They're fucking not a lot's going on with it. Looks like it's pulling back, starting to get shorted again. I wouldn't call it frothy. Oh shit. Forgot to fucking open this. I hate it when my computer restarts to update. Actually the fucking worst. CSPs on GoEV? That's what I've been doing. I got to close a bunch of them yesterday. No DFV tweet today. Huh. Yeah, I could see that. Our GoV 250 CSP still good here. Already sold some a few days ago, but you got me feeling greedy. I think there's probably an opportunity just to wait till it's closer to 250. How low could they short go EV? No idea. Uh, I mean, they shorted too much though, and they're going to spike the price of puts, which is going to cause more put selling. Back when we were at 20, like, or sorry, 230 and like 213, CSPs were selling for quite a lot of money, which is you know part of what started to drive us up again. Even the 250 CSP right now isn't bad. It's not great, right? It'd be better. It'd be better sold lower, but if we look at like 35 days to expiry, yeah, this was selling for a bit more before, but it's like 13 and a half, 13.6% yield. 34 divided by 250. Yeah, I think 13.6. So not terrible. It was just a little better when we were trading slightly lower. I sold some for like 65 cents. Yeah. They were pretty nuts like a couple days ago. Did you use logic against me? First, how dare you? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to take advantage of you that way, Thunder. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. How hilarious would it be if DFE gave a position update where he sold everything at 80 on this run? That'd be pretty funny. Or if he just like, you know, sold above 40, right? He should post a game over tweet from the Spy Kids movie. His last tweet was Jason Bourne going into hiding. You mean taking a red Mini Cooper into an underground parking lot? Yeah, that wasn't a hint or anything. Are you eyeing any stop buying opportunities or more waiting for a market pullback from these levels? I don't know. I'm still buying some stuff. Mostly utilities and shit. I have a lot of stuff on drip. I still really like treasuries. At this level, I don't like the longer dated securities, but they're starting to climb back up again. However, I still like the 3 and 6 months. Pretty big fan of those as long as they're above 5.3%. Are you still accumulating UGI? I mean, passively. I haven't made another purchase on it. I picked up some at 2053, and then like a few days later, I picked up some at 2095. I haven't bought any since, but I, well, I haven't bought any myself since, but I dripped in on Jan 1st, and it looks like April 1st. Beyond dead, right? It just doesn't look that great. I wouldn't say it's dead. It's probably gonna spike a little bit a bunch more times while they get off the rest of the reg show obligations, but I mean, it's not very exciting under $8. Do you still have SPX calls? If so, what time frame? I have a straddle from last night that I haven't closed yet. It expires next Friday. Why is silver running so hard? I mean, it's been lagging gold quite a bit, but industrial production in China is up quite a bit last night, and that's going to increase demand on silver. Silver's got far more use cases industrially than gold does. Silver and well, copper is not really a precious metal, but it's getting there. um, Silver and copper are kind of like the industrial use case precious metals. Gold is more on the wealth accumulation, wealth storage side, inflation hedge. What are your thoughts of Europe's inflation data and talk about rate cuts in June? If central bank policy begins to diverge, we're going to see probably a significant boost to the dollar and a rise in U.S. Treasury rates. And I think the EU got their economy down and under control. They didn't commit to the kind of deficit spending the U.S. did. However, their inflation rate, I mean, at least headline, didn't really move much. Their core inflation dropped, but I think their month over month stayed. I don't know, their month over month went down a little bit, so not not too bad, but still year over year at 2.4%. Ooh, the Baltic Exchange's main sea freight index rose 1.5% after a 6-day losing streak to 1,844 points. Nice. Ooh, CB leading index. Big dump. Interesting. So what got hit? Index of new orders, building permits and private housing, consumer expectations for business conditions, non-financial components got hammered. Interesting. Can you peek at AMD? Yeah, seems fine. What's the problem with it? Ran up in the pre-market, failed the 70 test, consolidating back at 65. Still looks pretty strong. What's the problem? It's above the mid PT. I mean, you could consider profit taking, or a little bit of it, at least. My dad sold his silver for a nice $5 per ounce gain. 43 years is a long play, though. Ouch. Why the fuck would RC not issue shares at 80? Because you can issue triple the amount of shares at 20. Quadruple? Well, 30, I guess it was last night. But 20 now. What's up, Nuke? Nice. Welcome back. Would now be a good time to close bearish GME positioning? I'm thinking we could be at a point where out of the money call leaps could be good again. Ugh, gross. BNED share offer allows you to buy 17x your holdings on 514 for 5 cents a share. I assume you're going to be taking full advantage. I'm going to be taking some advantage. Yeah. I'm trying to get my cost basis down to like 10 cents or so, which will probably mean three and a half x my current holding. Totally missed the GME run. What happened there? Seems to be settling back down to where it was before now. It squeezed a little bit. Well, short vol squeezed a little bit. That's now over. Is the GME pump going to create enough obligations for future cycles with all the options getting roasted? It might create some obligations for future cycles, but the share offering's going to help clear up a lot of those. Does RC have Down syndrome? I don't think so. Extra chromosomes, maybe, but I don't use order flow charts. Useless. I could also see GME being the next Bobby. No. Where it ran up hundreds of percent one last time before dying completely. I mean, that's not why Bobby died completely, but also GME didn't really run for the same reasons. That was kind of a different setup. That was GME's price action affected your outlook for OPEX. Fuck you, dork. Hey, dork, are we gonna just end up trading between fucking 90 and or 95 and 300 all day? That's terrible. Well, not all day, right? Because eventually Charm's gonna win out. So my one DTE straddle is gonna die. You should really try to avoid buying one DTE straddles unless there's like major economic news or something. Just for future reference. But maybe not. There's still a chance that we catch this like we catch the more negative side of the charm here, and then we've got about $20 of range to the downside. Or 1 DTEs in general. 1 DTEs are made to be sold. So are 0 DTEs. Charm is market speak for a stock that has swag. Like Riz. We currently have like slightly negative res on SPX. Yeah, I like it. We could do that. I bought Jimmy 128Cs at 60. They weren't even open yet. Would it be a good idea to buy 15Ps now to reduce my losses? Then I'll use those profits on CAT 400C 7 DTE. Oh, Jesus Christ. Do not call it that. I love when half of the time priced into my contracts is when I can't trade them. They expire Monday. I entered last night. Y'all chill. Oh, okay, that's not as bad. There's no rumblings about a cat short squeeze. Why would cat short squeeze? The cat's doing okay, but I don't think it's short squeezing. It still needs to break 55 to the upside. Well, 53 would be fine, but 55 would be better. Did you see the fucking storm that hit JFresh yesterday, Dork? It was like straight 120-mile-per-hour winds. It was nuts. All their infrastructure is fucked. Because Texas. It's just a thunderstorm. Did he eat his kids? Not yet, I don't think. Kramer said Cat was a buy last night. Bullish. What in the fuck? Totally not asking for financial advice, but what type of options are individuals buying today? What are you talking about? Oh my god, Dork, we're losing 95. This could be it. What if? Nobody panic, it's happening. Hold on, wait. Bulls could still fully reverse it back to 300. When can we do a stream together? Not on YouTube. Oh man, right? Oh shit, I didn't get stopped out. Oh, there, I got stopped out. Yay! There's nothing I love better than spending $1,400 on $40 in returns. Dope. We got sold calls at 55 on Cat. Money in the bank. At least you made lunch money today. Shitty lunch. It's like Five Guys. I don't get it. What's wrong with the Bulls? Did they just push too hard? Yeah. Well, I mean, yesterday yields started to spike back up again, right? So all of the expansion and leverage ratio that we got collapsed after they'd already pushed too hard, which started forcing them to close out a bit of their Vega exposure. And that kind of drove prices back down a bit. And today, things don't look particularly great for them. Positionally, we're a little bit below where positive charm is a big help. And the top end of the yield curve is moving up. So's the dollar, which is problematic, right? At least in terms of gaining additional leverage. And if the dollar and the yield curve, like if the yield curve inverts more and the dollar goes up more, they're gonna have to sell more shit to get their leverage back in order before the expiration. DFE deleted and retweeted the same tweet. Maybe I had to make a quick edit. Because he's a person, not a not a messiah. I don't get it. What's wrong with the Bulls? Do they just push too hard after CPI? He's in fact not a cat. FUD lies. What could a burger cost, Michael? $20. That's cheap. That's like McDonald's. Where are you going, Caterpillar? Hmm. All right, so Bulls pushed back up above 295 here, but then they left a gap, which looks kind of bearish. Why is that doing that? Hold on. There we go. Time to bleed out a little bit more. No. Maybe. Okay. Ooh, nice. That's blasphemy. Yodel's in the freezer. Big life hack. You're welcome, fam. Nice. Messiah's name is Keith. Sounds sus. I was actually at the park eating berries with Keith Gill. We turned into squirrels. I think it will delete the same thing each 15 minutes the whole day. Okay. This guy just made 2 Papa Murphy's pizzas off 1.4K and complains. Who does that? Uh, that's awkward. I think I don't really want this to break out, right? So I want my stop pretty tight. Let's see. Let's keep it around like $6. Hmm. How's Dow doing today? Well, Dow's overperforming. That's nice. Can you smack it with some future selling? Oh no, we broke up. Sad face. We talked about the Scotty Scheffler, world's #1 golfer, arrested this morning. No, because I don't care. Do you have any position in Baba? Almost at 90. I do not. It's Friday, my dude. What's your point? Is that shirt black or blue? It's like dark blue. Quit inching away from me, caterpillar. Cat's always gappy. It's very illiquid. VIX isn't going to zero. Is that dark blue shirt your way of telling us we're going to the aquarium? Huh. I never really thought of it that way. Your thoughts on FFIE? Penny stock pump and dump. You know, interestingly, he's actually not a Russian FFIE bot. Why do McRibs taste so good in bed? There's Because you want to eat mechanically separated pork after getting your ham flour destroyed. Yes. I passed the final. Why is Carvana still in business? Because people keep giving them loans on their giant bag of depreciating assets. There was a pork sword joke there too, but it wasn't as funny. What's your VIX 3-month target? I picked up some Vega calls yesterday, or Vega puts yesterday. Under 14, I'll pick up more. Under 14 on the VIX 3-month is pretty spicy, right? We're already fucking lower than we were back in like Jan. Yeah, that's extremely spicy. Yeah. I wonder if we break up above 5,300. If we do, I feel like I should go long. I am already long cat. Hmm. You know what I'll do? Oh, so dangerous though. Hmm. This could really go either way. What's gold doing? Ooh, nice. Break at 18. Gold futures at 24.11. Healthy. What a healthy market. Bull's getting the tiniest of leg ups here. Break of 53.02 could lead to a test at 53.10. Not a lot of range, but it's not terrible. As long as they can keep up the momentum. Yeah, maybe they can. You still do weekly pickles pick? Yep. Yep, I do them every night, actually, now. Because I don't do the daily DD anymore, so I had more time. I do updates every night. Yep, copper's running. I I would cost mirror the GME chart. Cost is just I wouldn't try to tie the correlations in there. Cost is just super fucking illiquid and ultra sensitive to everything. Do you have any stocks that are great at harvesting theta through CSPs? I've been selling a bunch of GoEV lately. The yields on that have been really nice. Yields on Fubo aren't bad, sub 120, although I'd probably like to see it go lower. Oh, don't de-risk here. Don't do it. Keep pumping, bulls. What'd you pay for this breakout for? Nothing? It's a bunch of wieners. But I sell CSPs on other shit. I usually have CSPs out on BTU. Um, I've sold some CSPs on Beyond, but at very specific levels. I wouldn't fuck with that one. It's dangerous. Um, I've sold a bunch of like CSPs on Dole lately, which I don't know if they're as good as they were, but they were okay for a minute. They're still moderately okay. They're not great, but I mean, the downside there is kind of predictable. Let's see, what else have I been selling CSPs on? Usually pretty random. I've been selling a lot of CSPs on Apple lately. It was pretty well supported. I've got some out on Amazon. And that's about it. Oh, expiring today. I don't know if this one's worth it anymore, but I have I just have like 50 puts sold on IWM. You'd have to check the yields on that though. Mine expire today. It looks like I'm in the clear. But that one's been pretty good for yields. If you had 5K to start a new account with low medium risk, what would you look into buying? Hmm, I don't know. Maybe Low medium risk. Good question. Maybe maybe like close-ended funds or some kind of good like dividend compounder where I could increase leverage pretty quickly. Carry maybe like a small downside hedge and just let it keep compounding. I'd probably target like 7 to 10% yields. And then you could scale that back over time to like towards like 5-6%, where you can move into things that are maybe a bit more stable. But you have to do a lot of research on closed-ended funds, and especially in how they're exposed to like bond market conditions. Would you take girth over length if given the chance? I'm a centaur. Duh. Dividend compounder was my porn name. What's up, Fluffy? This isn't a demo account. Demo accounts have the thing on them. Hold on. They have like see, all the tags have like I don't know if you can see it, but they have like this thing right here. They're pretty obvious. PBR a buy at 14.50. I just sold all of mine. I sold all of mine the other day when they announced the new CEO. What do you do with your arms when you run? I like to hold them up to my sides like this. Yeah, I still have a position on SRF. I sold at the I sold at like 24.50, and then I bought back in a little bit on the dip at like I don't remember what price I got, but it was like sub 20 somewhere. So I sold about 50% of my position, bought back in about 25%, sub 20, and then I haven't added since. But I think that was in like March. Man, bulls really don't have a lot of stability here. I don't like this at all. I don't think I want to trade this shit anymore. I'm just gonna fucking take profit. Oh, maybe I'm not. Just gonna take a small loss. That's fine. Should I short it? Eh. fucking range here is so bad. That's a pretty hard turnaround. Alright, fuck it. I'll go. Aspen Zach, welcome back to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we holding the float. If you are what
We got August 4200p versus SUP 45 for profitability. Huge price difference for each option. Yeah, but the Vega is gonna fall off of the August one a lot faster. So you gotta consider cost to carry as well, right? And for that, I prefer August or September, October. Where's your thesis on GoEV? I made a little video about it. The world's tiniest head and shoulders. Can I be a pigeon whale again? Only if you promise to never leave. I can't be hurt like that twice. How are you taking advantage of the BNet offering? Who are you purchasing through? Fidelity? So I sold a decent chunk of my BNet, like 30% of my holdings, when we got that little bump that one day. Just to bring my cost basis down in preparation for this. So I got my cost basis down a little bit. I'd like to get my cost basis towards 5 cents. Right? Because after the reverse split, that's going to be $5 a share, right? So I'm thinking I might it's going to be probably like 2.3x my current holding, which is about 43,000 shares. But remember, that's going to reverse split, right? So if I get it up to like 100k shares, it's only going to be like 1,000 shares. You have to call Fidelity to get the shares? I don't think so. Might be easier. This consolidation's kind of bullish, but that looks like it's gonna fail. Charm's still pushing down. Might be a little bit of volatility right here. Oh, your stop's too tight. I hope my stop's not too tight. Ooh. Bear flag? We'll see. A little bit. More of a wedge. Like this was the flag here. But that already broke down. So this is bearish consolidation, but we're above that primary level of support, which is gives it a little bit of a higher chance of breaking to the upside. Roaring Kitty, he who sits must pay attention to the line as it were, but never was. Huh. Thank you. Weird. Okay there, Keith? Hmm. Remember when we were making so much money off cat calls back at 180? This market is definitely not overvalued. No, this is fair, reasonable pricing. Do beyond. What do you want me to do to it? Bulls are on that slow grind. 5303. They're shorting the living fuck out of the 5300 contract. Mm. Well, I can tell you that the holder of the mysterious Roaring Kitty tweet or the credit card that paid for the Roaring Kitty tweet is not one Mr. Keith Gill of Brockton, Massachusetts. It is someone else. Can we change the GME channel on the Discord to a Go Eevee one? No. I don't need my own extra cult. I still hate the fact that if I get assigned at $2, I'll be owning another piece of shit stock. Then don't buy piece of shit stocks. Right? Like, they're great if you're willing to lose everything you put into them for the off chance that one of them 10 or 20 X's, right? How much info do you see on us when we're paid subs? Through YouTube, nothing. Through PayPal, I mean, I can see initials, but that's it. Like initials and like time of transaction. Stop looking at my initials. Okay, Chris M. I'm looking to get into Vega exposed position. Are you looking to get the max Vega below a specific delta threshold? Like, what would be the max delta exposure? I don't put that much thought into it. I generally just look at cost to carry and how much Vega I can get at the strike, and if the strike will go somewhat near the money on a pullback. So I'm looking more in terms of price target than the actual delta on the position. You can scour through the options chain and probably try to find a discount on Vega on strikes that are being heavily sold, like the 4900 or something, right? Or 4950 I think is being really heavily sold lately, but generally I'm just looking at like what would be like the max I could see for like a drop relative to the current spot, and then I'm ensuring that my cost to carry is fairly low so that I can get out on any mean reversion and volatility. I have September 4500s. I've also been adding October 43s. But I don't have very many of either yet. Just I'm not like full porting them or anything. I'm just slowly adding to them. I have a pair of New Balances. They're awesome. But I actually I don't ever wear them. I have Hoka One Ones and I wear those pretty much all the time. First of all, they're bright orange, which I like. Um Second of all, they're really easy on my knee. I have like a really bad knee. Let the de-risk commence. That would be cool. I would like that. Palantir play now that Stan Drunkenmiller is back in. I'll say this for the 900th time. I will buy Palantir again if it goes to $7. Do you see nat gas trending higher after this rather quick rise? Um, hmm, I'm not super bullish on nat gas, not in the short term at least. It's okay, Smooth. Is top the nummiest? It's kind of doing stuff again today. Should I get $2 calls on top like a fucking degenerate? Maybe. It was surprisingly liquid. Ooh, red candle. Tiny one. Hmm. Not a ton of delta falling off here, though. I need to lose 5,300 to move. Is the breakdown of the wedge? No, I would consider a breakdown like 52.99. I mean, yes, this broke down, but sort of. It's very weak. It's still well supported at 300. I'm kind of looking towards this now. Or here, which would really suck. Barrick finna break 18? Maybe. Dow's still kind of climbing up. How do I lock this to currently active? Have Nvidia Greeks changed? Probably. Although we didn't get data last night. I could check and see if we have it now. but I would say we probably don't. No. That's why I stayed away from the zero DTs today. Gamma Max might be a little higher, 968. The rest of the Greeks on it don't really matter right now because they're so far from spot. Lower high. Maybe I should just close that out this morning. Have you ever blown your account to zero doing trading before you figured it out? I mean, I paper traded for a really, really long time before I ever used any real money. I've blown up a lot of accounts. I mean, everyone has. It's part of doing this, but usually smaller ones or ones with higher risk strategies. I mean, if you're careful with your risk management, you shouldn't blow up your account. It's just if you try to start an account without enough capital, like if you're under 10,000, really, your chances of blowing it up far outweigh your chances of succeeding and growing it. Hey, I don't like the cannabis industry. When doing doggy style, you decide to push the button. Do you do the thumb or the index finger? That's a dangerous move on a first date. Any idea what's driving the tut pump? It looks like it's still squeezing off some of the short positioning. Alright, I'm gonna do something stupid here. Probably gonna get fucked. So tempting, though. '96 support, and then 93 are the next two to look towards on SPX. It was some profit taking, but it wasn't a ton. Ooh, that's very exciting. Kirk saved the market by getting stopped out. That was such a terrible fucking drop. Tub is very squeezy. Is Barrick about to break out? It's doing pretty good. Gold's still running. I think there's a bunch of sold puts on Barrick at 18. Can the breakdown continue or back to 5,300? I don't know. Bouncing at 25 is not great. If this gets rejected, then it may get another breakdown. If you have covered calls on a stack that has a dividend and the dividend issue date, you still collect the dividend if you don't get exercised. I need to stop reading about BNAD. The more I read about the data sets and the company ideas for that project 2030, the more I see a possible $250 million growth a year. It's tempting. I'm doing some pretty degenerate shit on top here. Ooh, bump and run. Let's go. Sisyphus, I'm going to time you out for 24 hours if you keep it up. I'm not particularly bullish right now. I mean, as much as I need to be, but stop doing some actual squeezies. Do we have data on this piece of shit? Why do we have data on top and not fucking gold? I don't want to know. Oh, that doesn't work. Oh, cool. Gamma max is 209. Now I have a free top position. It's a fun 0 GTE. Oops. I have no idea how far top will go. %15 above GM? I mean, no, because it doesn't really work that way on stocks that have 2 strikes. I can go look at the options chain and see where gamma can take it, like gamma squeezing off can take it out to, but it's gonna, any assessment's gonna be kind of inaccurate. There's calls all the way out to $3. On the low end of their current student base and price offering a service, 750 million in potential is not really outside the realm of possibility. It's not even that much more than they're already making, right? But yes, I'm aware. That's why I like the stock. That's why I've been buying it. Sorry, I'm getting bullish. I need to calm down. It's probably for the best because their chances of failing are very, very high. Companies that have survived a reverse split are few and far between. Need to go up a little bit more to squeeze off the rest of those $2 calls. Needs to break like 230. How did Superstock spin the 45 million share sell on GME? I'm sure they think it's really bullish. I don't know. What's the volume on GME? That'd probably tell you a lot about whether they sold the shares already or not. Ooh, those top options are pricing up. What were these sold at? 26, 43, 55, 75? That's going to be hard to squeeze them out. Ooh. MM's pricing the $2 strike up more, even on falling prices. That's exciting. RC could take that money and buy more T-bills. Just pilfering his shareholders. Well, I'm not saying they reverse split now, but after the flood of the market with those 900 million shares, they take that money and pay off debts, go net positive on EPS at some point. That's the hope. It's a lot of dilution for not a lot of money, but if they're smart with it. Let me know when TUP is topped out so I can buy and hold for 3 years. My only TUP position is 0 DTE $2 calls. Why would you want to own it? Well, didn't they just inked a dilution for what? It was like 45 million shares. It's like 16. What, 16% of the float? Something like that. 15% of the float. Dude, Dork, you think TUP can run to $3? Oh no, the 250's 12 cents now. Fucking robbery. Does Dirk use Tupperware to store his rock hard pork chops? No, he uses your prison packet. Brian Cohen wants everyone to get shares and become rich during the squeeze. You know you can 17x your position. Do you know if they have any competitors that trade in that market space? Amazon? Has RC ever done something like this before? You mean issue shares into a short squeeze? Yes. And then proceed to sell those shares for way less money than he could have gotten at the top? Did that guy on the Pi-Fi subreddit end up being a phony or not? So I DM'd him because a bunch of people were asking me about it, and I asked him for time and sales. And so instead of time and sales, he gave me a screenshot of his WeBull accounts. Um, and I was like, okay, well, that's probably fine. I don't think he was bullshitting anybody. Otherwise, he would have sold at the top like everybody on Twitter, right? He deleted his account. That's gotta be rough. I hope he still made some money. I do. I hope he's alright. I would not wait for obligations to build up and sell shares on the next run. That's kind of what he did back in 2021. No, in 2021 he announced that he was issuing shares and then immediately issued them the next day. And everyone was like, Gherk, he's not issuing shares. And I was like, yes, he fucking is. And then they completed the share offering like 6 days after that. Check the volume on top 250C for next Friday. Ooh, nice. I want Tup to short squeeze to $7 again. That was fucking dope last time. No, I was looking at volume. It's like 6,000. I saw it. How far can SPX ploop? If it loses 52.95, it could fall to 52.75. Yeah, but Doric, all of that volume is probably just someone selling the fuck out of that call for 50 cents, right? I know, I know. So yeah, if it gets squeezed out, super bullish. It doesn't look like SJX can break 5,300 again, does it? I mean, the failure to break it on that bounce is pretty bearish. But there's so much support that it doesn't mean we're going to drop hard, right?
Like the bulls can just catch the knife all day until charm overwhelms them, and that'll be later in the day. Beyond looking niver? What? Why is Tesla pumping? I don't know. Did it break above gamma neutral? Yeah. Oh, it's testing gamma neutral, I think, right now. Broke above delta neutral. No, I don't have any data on Barrick. It's not really doing much. It's just like up 1% today. I don't know why you're freaking out about it. Could Temp get to 250? That'd be dope. Because I over leveraged. Well, don't do that. Yeah, I know gold's up. Did Temp announce bankruptcy? They haven't announced anything. That's just squeezing. Today's T5 from the big run up, so it may just be FTD obligations blowing up. Do it hold up if it magically gets to $5? Wait for it to crash and then claim crime. If TEP gets to $5, I'll have sold at like 320. Can AMD break 170 today? Maybe. That's possible. It's kind of getting a decent recovery. It's back above the 65 strike. I think if it can get above the 167.50 calls, then maybe. Show yourself? Who the fuck are you talking to? Can Beyond actually break $8? Sure. That would be bullish, sort of. How much longer do you think the wide chop on Zom lasts? Probably a little while longer. Oil's been swinging around a bunch lately, right? Top seemed like Rev. OGs will remember. Well, Tup hasn't declared bankruptcy yet, but their ability to continue as an interest is doubtful. Tup has no competition. Have you not bought? I'm not getting involved in some fucking bot pump and dump. Don't tell them about Pyrex. Tup's competition is every cheap Chinese brand on Amazon. Ivy going up on Beyond. Cool. Beyond Greeks. Didn't I post them last night? Could have sworn I did. I'll put them in the fake meat channel. Hmm. Setting up for a little bit of a bullish breakout there. SPX might lose 95. Delta's still just slightly positive. If TED pushes $3 today, those calls will be worth $1 a piece. Yep. Is there even any vol to short? I mean, shorting it's really risky here. Important question. Can a condom protect you from being electrocuted? Asking for a friend. Don't stick your dick in wall sockets, alright? Also, don't fuck electric eels. Is it that small? Let's not judge, alright? He might have hooked the electrodes from that Shocky game up to his fleshlight. Yeah, it looks like it depends on the thickness of the condom and if you're using a water or silicone based lubricant. If you're using a water based lubricant, it reduces um, the resistance of the condom. No, we're not doing that. You're a universe, Kendra. Hi, Gherkin. Been a while. My vegetable and flower gardens are coming in nicely, so I've been very busy weeding on this nice sunny day. I might get a bit daring and have a nice glass of wine with dinner tonight before my friends come over for charades and Trivial Pursuit. That's just regular, Kendra. It's just what happens after charades and Trivial Pursuit. That's the dark side. Ko-Fi rejected. 5290 break to 5280 would be icing on the cake. Goodbye, Tap. Ooh, cat found support again. Maybe we get a breakout now. Kendra needs to test his hypothesis. I mean, they test condoms with electricity. That's how they determine if they have leaks at the factory or not. They put them on like a metal spindle, and if the charge and like apply a charge, and if the charge passes through the condom to the spindle, then they know it has a hole in it or a manufacturing defect, and they throw them out. Are you able to elaborate on why the Pickles Picks data is different? Oh, from last night? There's just some minor tweaks. It's arguably more accurate, but it's not the data from the prior day. And so, since I was shifting over data sets, I didn't want anybody to make a cross comparison. Kendra needs to test the hypothesis and post his findings. I'm seeing a potential Nobel Prize in the field of sticking your dick in things. That's the most important field. Alright, brother. I hate to bother, but ASTS has run 100% and exceeded the options chain. Goody. Could it run when they open more strikes Monday? Probably get fucked after that point. Maybe. I mean, I don't fucking. It's not like it's something I'm analyzing, and I'm not gonna pull the data on it. It'd be a pain in the ass. But assume that it's well above Gamma Max, and any strikes that open out of the money are gonna be sold short. I Discord messaged you my trade for the day. I don't see it. Why? Can you summarize the GME filings in haiku? Stocks soar and then crash. Silent end to the squeeze game. Leaves echoes in cash. Horrible? Fuck you, Bob. I could try again. Hold on. I want to try to make it more in line with my liquidity DD. Shares released. Floodgates. Short squeeze loosens. Tension fades. Market breathes again. Ooh, I got 5 snaps. Calm down, everybody. Pressure fades? But it was more tension than pressure. Well, okay, you could use either one. Somebody say limerick? I can't remember the rules for limerick, but I could try. Gotta drop bars now. This is becoming difficult. There once was a squeeze so tight the traders lost sleep at night. The shares hit the floor, the squeeze was no more, and the market basked in the light. Shorts. Shorts basked in the light. Much better, thanks. AABBA. Syllables matter less than the meter. I think I got it. Show off. Hey, fuck you, Bob, alright? You write a fucking haiku in 5 minutes. Is the ploop official? Which ploop? There's several going on right now. That's twice now. This level of pop from GME in 3 years. Could it happen again? Maybe. It could happen every fucking month if people bought options contracts on it, but no one wants to do that. They want to register their shares so Cohen can dilute them. Oh, I want to go back on Reddit now and find all of the people who commented, Cohen's not going to dilute again. Why would you say that? We're going to lock the float. And just laugh at them. I'm just going to send them the little laughing face. Maybe with 1 tier. Maybe the one with 2 tiers and rolling. Thanks, Pendlebot. I bought lots of options on GME, and it didn't cause MOASS. There's no MOASS. Just hard run, and then fail really fast. It's illegal to fake your own death. How about for the next 2 weeks, I'll be paying more attention to the cat than the pickle guy. I wonder how he feels now. You got better things to do, like prepare us for 9-minute to expiry glory. Stop buying SPX, Gork. No. You can't make me. It'd be so cool if Cat got a new high for the day. Oh shit, top squeezing again. Tip goes up 5 cents. It's squeezing again. It was more the volume that was relevant. But got a new high. Keeping the $2 calls in the money is, in fact, squeezing them out. Gherkin's official will trade between 52.95 and 53.05 all day. That's a that's a distinct possibility. I wouldn't trade VIX. The calls are overpriced. Like if you look at the money delta, right? Like go out to, let's say like June 18th, right? The pre OPEX expiry. Like at the money delta on this contract is fucking 0.75, 0.74, which is fucking terrible. So they're insanely overpriced. Basically, it wouldn't print until it like VIX got to like 1350. Check DM. What do you got? Ooh, nice. Wait, is that the 1 year? Why are you showing me the fucking 1 year chart? Consolidation breakout. Oh, 1 week. Okay. Tips on top, rapidly expanding on every time frame. 15, 1 hour, they're starting to pull apart. 4 hour, still moving apart. So it's still squeezing. Yeah, last time I went long, like really long, this piece of shit, it ran to $7, which was fucking awesome. It's not too late to get calls. I mean, eh. Ooh, look at Caterpillar. You go, girl. Tup's got a really tiny float, and it doesn't have a lot of ETF exposure, so it can get kind of squeezy. I think the float is like 40 mil, something like that. Today's volume's already at 10 million, so it's traded a quarter of its float so far today. Is buying Tup now chasey? Yeah. It's got calls, like sold calls out to $3 though. So there's a little bit of shit it can squeeze off, and it's like above 230 here. It'll start to squeeze off the $2 calls, right? And then there's fewer short calls at 250 and $3. I mean, they're adding to them, but they're also adding Vega exposure as implied volatility goes up. I don't know. The 250 call is still pretty cheap. I think SPX and CAT could both break out here a little bit. Let's see. SPX could test like 310 if it gets above 302, 302, 303. Although there's big resistance at 315. Heavy is at 600. It's pretty cool. Jerome Powell has tested positive for COVID-19 yesterday on Thursday. This is like his 9th time getting it. Oh my god, do you guys think that long COVID is responsible for our current monetary policy? Pretty sure anytime you get sick and go to the doctors now, they test you for COVID, RSV, and flu. Oh no. Jerome got that Rona? I just found an EBT card in the parking lot. Papa Murphy's, here I come. Gross. Rejecting off 5,300 is nice. Yeah. Yeah. Now we see if we find a higher low. Big spike in vol there, though. I'm not doing any more haikus or limericks. It was too taxing. Papa Murphy's is take and bake cookies. They sell containers of cookie dough. I don't want to know. Symptoms: coughing, fever, inability to accept warnings of hotter inflation. Limerick competition 2024. Jimmy's having a pretty good day, all things considered. No, it's not. It's just stuck at $20. It's having a terrible day. I keep seeing a bunch of bot 0 DT puts in the 5,200, 5,215 range. Why would someone be buying down there? That's odd. What date? 25%. Good day. You don't get it? $20 is only 1/4 of the recent high. Zero GTEs. Oh, in those quantities, it's probably just the market maker trying to close shit out. Probably shit that was bought a while ago. People just dumping their hedges, bags. I don't think it's that relevant. The bid ask there is not really very important, right? The spreads are probably basic. The spreads are probably nothing, and they're just taking any fill they can get. Seriously, someone should explain to RSS that if they sold at the 60, they could rebuy 3 shares for every share they sold, and they'd have 3 times as many shares to lock up, right? I want to jump in and say Gherk was right. Glad I sold half my position, but at this point I'm kicking myself for not fully dipping. Better than nothing, man. There's a lot of people that are going to hold through the entire thing and pretend for another year like they did the right thing. Explain to and RSS don't work in the same sentence. I will say that my analysis on GME runs has gotten fucking so good over the years. All my intraday price targets have been fucking spot on. Even though I'm just like, even though that like position I'm using to map out the gamma and delta isn't properly weighted, that's shockingly accurate. Jim Cramer is on fire lately. Everyone's a genius in a bull market. You were an entire 2 cents off on Friday. Oh no. Thanks for continuing to cover GME, even though you don't have a position in it. I told you guys I would. What are you waiting on to hit buy on that 250 top? I already bought some on top. I don't know. Might buy a few more here. Ah, they jumped the bid. Yeah, you know what? If I get the fill, I don't even want it. Buy it for 12. Maybe I could fill the gap on the option. Alright, I'll buy it at 13. Give me. If I go up to the 14, will the market maker raise the bid again? This is too funny. There we go. I just caused the market maker to gap up the options chain with one order. New project with 350 apartments near Tupperware HQ takes shape. I don't see why that does anything. You called the 2045 top a few days ago in pre-market. The following day, it ran to 2047. It was incredible to witness. It was 2018 and it ran to 2020. But yes, thank you. Stream sniping, right? They just don't want to sell the options for less money. Can we short Tesla and Carvana yet? I've been selling calls on Carvana for like 2 weeks now. I just need to get back below 115. Then I can probably pick up some pooties. Upstart's waking up a little too. Yeah. Upstart does not look good. Yeah, let's go top 250. Come on, pump it. Cat's looking a little more bullish. Got a higher low on SPX. It's a reversal. Inverse head and shoulders. Sloppy, but top closing over 275 would be spicy as fuck. $3 end of day or bust, dork. Alright? Poor Pyrex. I was having to field questions about people's positions. They have May 24 250s at 54 cents. Am I nuts? I doubt it has another 50 cents in it, but maybe. It'll have another 50 cents in it if it gets above those 250 calls they've been selling for next week. Oops, did I sell too much Vega? Maybe. Yeah, right? Dumb short vol. I'd love for them to suddenly want them back. Oop, got another high. I want to look at the top 250 call for next week and see where it squeezes. Jesus Christ. It's about to break. I don't think Greek has believed in MOASS since Jan 2021. I mean, whose definition of MOASS? There was a period there where I believed strongly that GME could squeeze, and it had the potential to do so. But I never thought it was going to go to like $1 million a share or anything like that. I was pretty clear about that. I humored people because otherwise they wouldn't have learned anything. But even my like earliest DDs, you know, I had far more reasonable price targets. Cough, Houston Wade, cough. You did say 5 figures per share was possible, just that most people wouldn't be left in it by then. Yeah, I mean, because a short squeeze always has the potential to just keep squeezing until liquidity can be unlocked, right? Um, and to be fair, even when I thought that, that was long before we had a firm understanding of like additional liquidity through the ETFs, right? SS is reading this as bullish. Oh, they're fucking stupid, right? Collectively, there's probably intelligent individuals wrapped up in it, but I mean, it's basically a fucking cult at this point. You know, people who own AMC have been cheering on the stock for what, an equivalent amount of time while they've been diluted like every month for the last 2 years. I cut my temp calls and then it bounced. I'm not really sure risk management is a thing on zero DTEs on a penny stock. But you tricked me into learning? Well, I couldn't be a shill right off the bat, right? I mean, the only thing that changed is when I got banned from Superstock. I just dropped the additional layer of acceptance, right? I didn't want to listen to anybody's fucking nonsense anymore. And that's when I became, quote, evil. Tup only goes to 3 digits. Thank you very much. Which of the memes are the most susceptible to OPEX moves next week? Is that the best hope for Beyond? I don't think Beyond has a lot of hope. Maybe Go EV. Maybe Top. You said something in your stream yesterday about dropping the price too quickly during a run. Can you elaborate on that? So previously, not now. Now it doesn't matter, but previously, when the gamma was high, right, and we were kind of caught in that gamma Vega saddle right there. And this was when we were trading at like $34. If they push the price down too fast, and IV goes up, then Vega will also go up, right? So the multiplier on Vega will increase the amount of hedging required. So if they tried to slam it into 30 like really hard, they could potentially spike IV so hard that the MM buys it back the other way. But now we're below this hump of gamma, right? And so that like Vana trigger is no longer there. So now we're like here on this like little gamma hump, and that big gamma spike that's higher, we already crossed over that, right? This is like 25. This is, that goes out further. Actually that just decays out like that. This is at like 30, and then it accelerates at 34, more at 40. But we're here, right? So, I mean, we'd have to crawl back above this to be in that same position again. And Vega here is almost non-existent, right? Like, Vega is really low. Why did Jimmy just spike like that? I don't know. Like what? If it doesn't go above 25, it doesn't matter. And then even if it gets above 25, it still has to get above 30 and 34, which seems nearly impossible. On that little bump of gamma that we're sitting on top of, this is the other thing you should understand. So if we think about that little bump of gamma before the big one, right? And this is $20. This is 25. It's actually like 24 and change. This range between 20 and 24, we can move up and down really rapidly. So a bump in call buying would rocket us to 24, but then, call selling would rocket us back down to 20. So it's really easy to slide up and down that price range. You can't spell impossible without possible, Gherk. You can't spell retarded without re. My sense, I'm annoyed my $30 calls will expire worthless. Great premium, but getting assigned was probably better here. Were Jim Simon's last words, run that motherfucker? Maybe. The flatter the gamma, the harder it is to cross. So like 20 is really hard to break, 30 is really hard to break, 25 is hard to get away from. Right? But once you start hitting those slopes in the gamma, you can move very quickly. SPX reversal, reversing, failing. So we're just more trading between 295 and 5300. Maybe end of day we could have enough charm to fall off, but right now it looks like we're just stuck. Can you talk omelets and how do while we watch top? What do you mean how do? You take some eggs and you whisk them and you put them in a pan. Kind of pull them to the center a little bit and then let some more cook and pull that to the center and let that cook, and then you roll it up and pour it out of the pan. Have you had oma rice? Yeah, I don't like it very much, but I've had it. Fucking salty as shit. Breaking news, Dork Investment Capital and Knowledge has lowered their price target on Carvana from $0 to -1. CNBC 5/17/2024. AMT more uppies today? Yeah, it could. I don't see why not. It's just consolidating right now. I think maybe, probably more uppies next week. Who gets arrested for market manipulation first? RC, the Carvana guys, DFV, or Ken Griffin? What if I told you nobody? DFV deleted all his tweets. Why don't you just reload your Twitter? He literally tweeted 1 minute ago. Fried rice with ketchup is for children. I was able to sell the last DRS bags over my cost basis on the recent GME run. Thanks for the continued wisdom and insight into market mechanics. Feels good to close that dark chapter of foolishness. Nice, man. Congratulations. I'm really glad that the people that hung out got an exit. Whether they took advantage of the opportunity or not, right? Looks like Zach Morris bought the volume to top. What on? Didn't he go to jail? I thought he was in jail. We had an email at 401 from Fidelity. Someone early exercised 417.26 that I bought a couple weeks back for $11. Huh. 526. 517.26. He's been out pumping stocks again. I see. Not at full top, but it's all house money from the first run. You also got me out of my Bobby bags back then, too. Thanks, Gherk. No problem. Yeah, see, there's one thing I know about GME. I may not have sold at 60, but I can always buy it back at 8. Think we're gonna sit here in a $10 range all day. Charm will pick up into the end of the day, and that might move things, but for now, yeah, it looks like that. Will Tub pick up serious steam crossing 250? It already picked up a lot of steam from crossing $2, but yeah, it would pick up a lot more at 250 and 3. Not as much as it picked up. Well, actually, they've been selling the $3 strike for next week's $2 and $3 strike for next week, so it's possible. We don't know what the OI is on those strikes, though. Like, we don't know what's hanging out versus, and we also don't know what's bought versus sold. But there's been a lot of volume on them today. Given all the volume and the fact that the strike has remained completely flat, I would say it's mixed. Some people are going long the 250, some people are selling it. Jimmy did not hit $30. hoping it isn't running into any resistance on the hourly yet. Or the 15-minute. Maybe it just needs more delta. I'm doing my part. Zach Morris is pumping top. He says $13 and beyond. No. I mean, Theta's already killing the premiums, right? Fortunately, IV at the money is 800%. Another unbearable, untradeable day, thanks to the short vol regime. Could always sell condors. I'm gonna be stuck in my fucking 5,300 straddle till next week, probably. Which sucks. They're murdering VIX, but SPX is pretty flat. Yeah, I know. Why should I trust Zach Morris, some rando on the internet, over you, some rando on the internet that I've been listening to for 3 years? NVIDIA earnings next week? I think so, right? Why did Jimmy run to begin with after all this time? I mean, Jimmy started running off of the ETF FTDs. Which is pretty standard, right? And we hit Gamma Max, then we hit the, 15-20% above Gamma Max, and everything was pretty normal. And then DFV tweeted and squeezed out all the short vol that had piled onto the chain. I wouldn't straddle NVIDIA earnings, it'll be overpriced. Bear trap? Is it ridiculous that VIX is almost hitting yearly lows, given where the economy is vis-a-vis inflation? Not just the economy, but like not just the U.S. economy, right? But the global economy, the geopolitical situation. I mean, it's yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. Bear trap on top or SPX? I was talking about top. Ooh, nice. Oh, he lost 95. That's a big deal. Support at 90. Hmm. Bull shorting the 95p? Probably. Oh. Hard to resist jumping back in top after stopping out. That's fair. I already made some play money off it today, so I'm just YOLOing that. I will say liquidity still looks pretty good. What's SPX positioning look like? Same. Call wall at 95. Call wall at 310. Nothing's really changing on the intraday shit. Fewer out of the money calls, but not most of the ones falling off are above 315. This is a little bit of a call wall building up at 5290, but that's just off of this drop. So Bull's just buying in the money calls to try to offset charm decay. Very rude not to lose millions so I can make $75. I mean, I've played around with it. I don't like it very much, Jing. I don't think they really like unusual whales is great for getting a lot of data, none of which is very useful. Will we fill the 5250 gap this OPEX? That's possible. Yeah, we could fall to 5250. Is TUP gonna VUP? It might. It's consolidating. Bulls are getting a handle on this again. Delta goes positive just above 5295. Right around where the gap is, actually. Do you think cap breaks up, or are we just chopping for the rest of the day? It might. I mean, it's consolidating. It looks good. Could get another leg up. Maybe like a 356 test. I should probably just close the vertical. I can improve my profitability. Hmm. Ooh, nice. Hmm. UAV is getting rugged. Delta's back to positive. Changed a nice looking bounce, but volume is kind of low. Yeah, it is. That's... Yeah, we'll see how it turns out. Cat's got a nice bounce going. That's a solid breakout. Top 2 VUP. It's trying. Those are 88 cents minus what? You were the cat whisperer? Am I a Rangers fan now? All Tub needs is a casual 25-cent move. You mean 10%? It's a big ask. It could happen, but it's a big ask. Why sports talk today? I don't know. When will the bulls stop catching knives? I mean, don't forget that. Did you see the chart I posted last night? So the in the money calls are creating positive charm, right? And the out of the money calls are creating negative charm. The in the money calls currently exceed the out of the money calls, at least by delta, and into this expiration. So there's the MM is supportive, right? The problem is that there's also a lot of sold calls at 5,300 and 5,315. And so what you're ending up with is positioning that is slightly neutral at like 5,295 with slightly positive charm below 5,295. And the MM's more supportive, but then the MM's less supportive above 5,300. Or as we approach 5,300. so stuck, right? There's an equilibrium here that is hard to break. Is Popcorn not here? He's doing some paperwork stuff today. Is the share offering really requiring people to book register the shares they bought for BNED? Maybe initially. Although they should just transfer over to your brokerage after they're issued. I mean, that's ComputerShare's job. SLD still going? Yeah, SLD goes until Monday at market open. This is an SPX breakout. Look at the trending top line. Yeah, but I mean, the range still sucks. Even if they break out and fucking get it above like 5303, the top of that range is still like 5310. You think we'll see VIX sub 12 by end of day? It's inching there. If we do, I'm going long VX over the weekend again. I'm gonna get my free money. Or lose a bunch. It's also possible. Is TUP really that bad? They only lost $3 a share last quarter. Oh. Bye, TUP. Am I supposed to do something with my BNet shares? I've been ignoring it. You can buy 17x your current holding at 5 cents a share if you apply to the subscription. They only open Monday with elevated VIX, so they can sell puts for more at the beginning of the week. No, it's just because volatility assumptions pick up over the weekend into market open Monday, right? You have 2 days of unknowns. You should get a letter from your broker. There's a bunch of money. That's our job. Stay in your own lane. You should have gotten something from your broker if you own shares. If you don't own shares, you can't buy dick. Top $3? I don't know. I got stopped out. I'm done. Doesn't look great here. Tips are kind of turning around a little. Might run more next week though. Is it too late to buy BNet shares for the subscription? I don't know. Check their SEC filings. Hmm. Interesting. I think it's all BNet bought by 514. Okay. Oh, we'll definitely be ready in 3 years to the next GME run. You know, all of our runs could be this awesome if people just bought calls when short vol piled in and squeezed them out. Although that has diminishing returns as well. You'll just get bigger players coming to the table again. Are we closing at 53.30? I don't think so. There's no way they get VIX sub 12. Why not? Longer term bull call spreads at Jimmy are pretty nice right now because the super out of the money calls carry so much premium. It allows you to buy closer to the money if you're very cheap. Yeah, except if Jimmy loses $20, it's going to go to $10. Probably in pretty short order, too. How big of a wall is 20? It's not that strong, and most of it expires today. Your thoughts on Leap 5000 Ps with this low IV? They're cheap. I mean, that's for July, 4th of July. Year over year inflation is at 8%. New home sales have hit zero. VIX is at $6. Hold on. I'm just trolling super hard. Give me a second. Hey, cat broke out. Nice. I think I'm actually profitable on my spreads here. I should just fucking close this for SPX tanks again. Fucking, how much did I sell the 60s for yesterday? I just closed them for 5 cents. I think that was $90. Ah, son of a bitch. So if I close cat here, I'm just like break even. Delta's positive. Bears are selling calls. We can still get back above 300. Oh, never mind. Tup? No. Tup reversal? It looks like shit. Maybe, but it doesn't look very good here. I would need to. I think it needs to get back above like 25 to really start pressuring the 250 calls again. Delta on GoEV is still positive? What? What are you talking about? Big green candle incoming on SPX. Maybe they're definitely pushing for it, or it just gets we just get more de-risking and it fails again. Red was the true MOASS. Too bad it doesn't have options. Yeah, no options. Who would you rather be? Chair, JPOW, Dork, or all of the Dans in a trench coat? All of the Dans. Dork would be way too responsible. Someone doesn't like cat above 355. The people who sold a bunch of calls at 355 on cat. Are you talking about like Delta neutral? GoEV is kind of irrelevant unless it breaks above $3. That's where all the sold calls are. 350, 4. Shitloads of sold calls. Let's go 310. Still have to get above like 302 and change. Like a gap up here over 300 would be strong, but it'll probably consolidate like right here. And then you would want to try to get another gap up, and then we could get that 310 test. Right now, this kind of looks like it's bleeding off, though, which isn't a good sign. Look at the fucking premium on this cat call just get crushed. On 15 volume? God, I love cat. After like 10 years of consistent 2.5% GDP growth with 1% inflation, after a huge recession, everybody would be complaining. That's the thanks I would get. No thanks. I'd only vote for you if you'd be willing to implement my random federal funds rate generator. I will let you be in charge of rates while I come up with Basel 69. Yeah, today's Friday. It's one of the reasons it's so fucking boring. Hmm. Ball's ticking up. Top looks like it's gonna die. That was kind of fun while it lasted, though. Anything else doing fun shit today? Ooh, CrowdStrike's bumping. Interesting. Is the cat run done here? It's either done or it squeezes out the short puts on the next market bounce. Or the short calls, rather. So it very well could be. Dork, a 0DT shorted CrowdStrike. At least 26% today on Cat. Thanks, Pickle Man. Nice, dude. Long time no CC. No C, or my GME CC is safe. What did you sell them at? Did you see Japan's GDP numbers? They're fucking atrocious. Carvana bounced? Ooh. How much? Hmm. The fuck was that? Oh, I gotta fill on EPAM. Yep, that GDP is pretty extreme. No amount of intervention can fix that, except maybe the central bank. Yep. If the name of the new data service isn't innuendo for Dork's dentist appointments, I'm gonna be very disappointed. Check out the Discord. Someone made something cool. What channel? SPX? Oh. Fuck, I really want to sell these. I wonder if I could get 30 or 40 cents for them. Maybe I'll wait. What's Cat doing? Still consolidating. Okay. So I need that to fail VWAP. I need that to break out. I don't think I can watch that right now. DMs. Yeah, alright, hold on. Probably fix that. Hmm. You're doing a Carvana bear call? I was thinking about doing a 0DT one. 20, if I could get 25%. Ooh, 26%. I gotta wait for it to run a little bit. Hold on, I've got... Yeah. Sorry, I just had to look at something real quick. Quick question your DMs. How likely is it we break before FOMC? Hmm. Not very. VIX bleeding out. SPX not doing anything. Is this thing dumping hard into end of day? It could. Potentially. If we stay right here, then yeah. Positionally, things will get weaker as we approach expiry. Have you traded any single stock ETFs? I'm not generally a big fan, but let's see. I shorted. I played like the Tesla short one a little bit, but the return sucked, so I just switched back to options. I think that's the only one I've really fucked with that I can remember. Why did you choose that candle for the upper trend line on cat? I don't know. I guess what was I gonna do? Go back to this? I could. Maybe. NVDS is pretty cool. From a liquidity standpoint, it's probably one of the better ones. Top below $2, down spiral. I mean, yeah, probably not a great place for it to be. Although honestly, it kind of looks like at least there's no like sell off going on really. There's some 0DT options closing, but no one's like dumping the underlying or anything. This might continue. Like Tut might get a continuation next week. I wonder what I want to buy with my PBR money. Hmm. When will SPX not be lame again? That's a good question. I don't know. No. Don't move. Go the other way. Alright, what's Carvana doing? $0.26. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get something to eat real fast. Crowd gonna pump into earnings? Probably. Hey, look, I missed absolutely fucking nothing. This is a chance to give Kenny money. Hmm. Yeah. Exciting. 42.50. I'll have to drop pretty hard. Hmm. Payments pretty flat today. People 190. Do you have any of your outlook for SPX? Right now? Hmm. I have a couple, but they still heavily depend on what the Fed is going to decide to do over the next, like, 3 months. I don't think the Fed could drag out not doing anything until the end of the year. It seems excessive. So I would say that if the Fed continues to try to push the inflation solved narrative for another couple months, we're probably going to get a major correction on the fact that inflation is really obviously not solved. But in between there, there's a lot of other risk factors, like a credit downgrade, for instance. And then when a correction happens, right? Depending on what point in the year we get one, I would say that we're likely to see a recovery afterwards, right? Or at least some recovery. I paper handed another put. Why not just set the stop above 5,300 if you're buying puts up here? So correction to 4,800, recover back to 53. I mean, I would expect a bigger correction to go lower than that, and the recovery not to be that strong. But, Say we drop 15 to 20%. I would say we would recover 5 to 8% of that back. How's Charm? Still favors the bears below 5,300. More so below 5,295. Gherkin, GME to introduce live market pricing to their products so the wide bid-ask spread so RC can capitalize on slippage. Is this the future? I don't. Is this? Are you talking about something real, or you just? Is RC trying to do like live pricing or something? I feel like there was a website that tried doing that once. And then Amazon just didn't care. That'd be cool. We should have a lot like active liquid market for everything. All consumer goods. Go to the grocery store and your list says short eggs. eBay. Yeah. Scallion pancakes are delicious. Yeah, I just made them. Bars will sometimes do that concept where, depending on what people are ordering, they will price other drinks up and down, and the prices are shown on a board behind the bar. I would never drink at that bar. Trader Joe's scallion pancakes aren't bad either. I got these from H Mart. Seven securities. I don't know what you're talking about. Malort would be free. Don't tell Cobra. When I was younger, it was a fun novelty. Yeah, I could see being into that when you're like 20. Like, woo, beer's 25 cents. Or, guys, we're having Negronis tonight. NVIDIA downgraded and falling off a cliff. Excellent. This is perfect for my CrowdStrike play. Who downgraded them? Don't they know that that's a national security threat? I did. You require companies to tell customers that they're shrinking their products. But in the US, you just have to label everything. You a drinker, Gherk? Sometimes. It's very occasional. Your Great Leaps DD from a while ago. Can you be more specific? I like Hibiki. I know it's red. I'm not blind. Yeah, I know it's for Jimmy. I don't know which DD you're referring to, though. I don't like beer or ale. Or cider. Cider's a little better, but I don't really like anyone. Everyone on SS references you. I'll try to find it. Okay. I don't remember writing a DD specifically about leaps. Howard, wait, hold on. Has anybody seen the mental gymnastics for the share offering yet? Seeking Alpha is publishing a Noah's Ark capital downgrade. Who the fuck is Noah's Ark? Whatever. Who cares? $4D chess. Sky Daddy knows what's best for us. God, imagine going. Life must be so awesome when you're that fucking stupid. It's just everything's just happy, sunshines and rainbows. Like a fucking episode of Care Bears. Oh, it is? Then I wouldn't be depressed. Yeah. Yeah, knowing what's going on is just depressing. No, it's not. I can barely live through these manipulated red candles. You know how you know they're delusional, right? They can't imagine the hypothetical. Now, hear me out. If you run into a super stalker, try this. Just ask them, what if there were no shorts? What would you do? They won't answer. They'll be like, ah, that's ridiculous. Why would I ever answer that? Of course there's shorts. There's so much evidence. That's shill talk, yeah. Buy more. Depressed and cynical is everyone's favorite combination and a person they want to hang out with. I know, BMJ. That's why you're here. When do you find out if Jimmy goes on the Russell 2K? Why? Because you don't sell the top? Anyways, so I continued DRSing. I believe in Ryan Cohen. Thanks to him, GameStop has $1 billion in reserve and makes $2 million a year. That's fair, BMJ. I thought it may not be a bad idea if out of money leaps around that time in case something happens. What would happen? Well, the ETFs already, if they were buying it, they already bought in, right? Not only does it change with the offering, it also changes with the price level we're at. Ask Jeeves. If you rewind the stream, you'll see a period where I'm drawing yellow and or green and purple lines on the screen. Listen to that. I covered it there. It's cool. I feel like my simplistic explanations of Charm and Vega and Gamma have recently enlightened a bunch of people who were too afraid to ask what those things were for the last 2 years. That's correct, Tom Tom. Did Noah's Ark Fund just crash the market? No one was prepared for NVIDIA to ever receive a downgrade. Yeah, you and Mikey really love the meatball. How great would it be if DFV posted his port? It had no GME, but another $50 million gain. That'd be cool. I'd also love it if DFV posted his port and it's just the time in sales and he sold in June of 2021 and never bought in again. We're still holding the AMD spreads for June. I sold some, but yeah. Why does it have to gap up so violently? Jesus. Bust a move where the games are played. It's chill. It's fresh. It's Noah's Arcade. I want to see a Reddit update of DFE selling his Twitter to Ryan Cohen for $217 million. I almost sold my GME and I saw DFE's latest tweets. Get wrecked, shill. How would he still have out of the money options from 3 years ago? Sinbad Capital just issued an upgrade on GME. That's ridiculous. Are we about to rocket? Define rocket. Are we about to go up a little bit? Maybe. Maybe not. Charm's still pretty negative here. This doesn't even post his port of a massive short position opened at 80. You don't post those publicly. Is my 5250p gonna prompt? Probably not. Can you imagine SS if DFE flips short? They'll say things like, well, he was always a trader. He's been about the money. We're about the cause. How will the DRS movement cope now that the float is doubled? It's not doubled. It's 45 million shares, right? SS would say DFE being short is somehow bullish. Of course. He's doing it so we can get in. He had a tweet yesterday that said flip mode and puts on in green letters. I'd imagine he doesn't mind buying a little insurance on his pile of GME if he still has it. Yeah. Did they reset the DRS meters back down to essentially zero? No, it's like a 16% total increase in the free float. It's more than they're gonna ever DRS again, but what's the most you've made off a single SPX contract? And was it a Vega play? No, it wasn't. It was out of the money 1 DTE put, and it was during the COVID crash. Go on. I remember we dropped 5 or 6% intraday. Do you take a screenshot? No, I fucking sold it. I think it was up like 200,000% or something like that. It was stupid. Is this gonna get rejected? It might, actually. And that would be very bearish. No, it wasn't 7 figures. I think it ended up being like $21,000. But it was like a $20 option. Or 10? It might have been like 10 or $11. Yeah. We just dumped fucking right it open. I don't know. I don't remember which day it was on, but I think like at the bottom of the day we were down like almost 8%. Spy tootsies, are we bullish until end of time? Because I can buy tootsies right now to unreject. Mm. Now everybody holding is like, you shall. Meanwhile, he's like, what mean we ran from 15 to 80? Wait, what? There's some in the money calls coming in at 52.85. They're trying to do everything they can to keep this from dumping. Because if we lose 75, we can just drop to 50 really quick. So they're trying to keep the charm from decaying us down into the 75 strike. There was a day the market went up 10% in 15 minutes the first time Trump spoke. Imagine a call. Yeah, sometimes crazy shit like that happens. That's one of the cool parts about having the overnight straddle every night. And yeah, I know it's expensive. But when shit like that breaks on the pre-market, you can make so much fucking money. Is charm same like Riz? We went over this. Yeah, it is. Poor AMD on the daily. All that pre-market push wasted. It wasn't wasted. I got to close some more calls. I'm going full bore on the BNED subscription share purchase when it becomes available. Not full bore, but I'm gonna I'm gonna buy some. Does your accountant hate you? Sometimes. Isn't it a Chad move to throw 45 bucks at a 70p just in case? See, there's an hour and a half left. I would say it's pretty unlikely, given that they're still buying in the money calls. And Vol's at 12. Why did crowd bounce? Does it know you have puts? I don't think so. Not only did it bounced hard as fuck. I'm going full bore, but your full bore and my full bore are vastly different from each other. I'm going to try to bring my cost basis down as much as I reasonably can before I start getting diminishing returns. And then if I buy again, I'll wait till after the reverse split and see if it gets shorted down from $5. Because then you're theoretically buying at a discount to the subscription, right? Did SPX actually traverse a trading range? Almost. Almost. It started to, and then it bounced hard as fuck. Something something and Row is the cuck who's watching excerpt of that recent Greek summation. Yeah. I posted a bunch of shit posts on Twitter of me calling the share dilution before it happened. God, this is boring. I don't know. It's kind of exciting watching the charm bleed off. I'm under 40 cents now, but after the 5-cent sale, I'll be way lower. Don't forget that they're going to reverse split by 100, right? It's like watching paint dry. I mean, it kind of is paint drying. Especially when they bite in the money calls and pump up the positive charm. I love it. This guy's like, the real question is, what are they going to do with over 4 billion in cash? Can't math, right? Clearly, based on the volume of this week, the shorts doubled down. Nothing changes. Yeah, I would imagine he just didn't get his shit shit together quick enough. I clearly don't understand how this discounted share thing is made available to shareholders. You buy shares at 5 cents a piece. You can buy 17,000 shares at 5 cents. It's not going to affect the long-term price too much because they're going to reverse split 100 to 1. If I met JPOW, what should I ask him? I mean, don't ask him anything. He'll give you COVID. Jimmy's got 80 million volume today. They're going to complete that share offering real quick. Ask him if he's found the stag or the inflation yet. I would ask him to raise interest rates to 13 to 20%. All this nonsense this week with Jamie and the Stonkers has really made me feel a lot better about the progress I've made over the last 3 years when they clearly have made none. Toffloaf, happy birthday, man. I like Gherk to pronounce Toffloaf. Oh, nice. Why didn't you just tell me that 2 years ago? Happy birthday. Chance that Beyond is not in Reg Show again. What do you mean? I don't think it's off Reg Show yet. It's gonna be funny if Ryan Cohen releases the shares and then the MM loads up on the share offering in order to improve their inventory. And the stock bounces like $10 and all of Superstock freaks out and buys at $30. Jimmy had the same volume yesterday. I'm only playing $40 a downside on GME with puts at 20 for a 50% return. Eventually, puts just can't get any more expensive poopy pants. Any hope for GoEV for OPEX next week? Maybe. Maybe a little. That'd be interesting. Bunch of the short calls fall off today, so it's possible. Wow, this is a really shitty bounce. At least they haven't given up on shorting VIX. Let's see, on 30 DT options, the MM is pricing in $7.50 as the downside move. They've been talking about a share buyback or recall every other week for years. Yep. Instead, more dilution. I mean, Cohen needed more money, so maybe it's a good thing. Now he can buy twice as many T-bills. That's on Costco 700Ps for like September. I shorted Costco into this last correction. It printed super hard. That's, yeah, it might not be bad. UST don't pay for themselves. Invest Jimmy's cash until he can actually come up with an idea. It's just a worse rate of return than a money market. I read on SS a theory that DFV bought the entire offering and then DRS them all. So in 3 years, DFV went from $50 million to $1 billion? And bought a stock like 5,000% higher than his initial cost basis? Damn. Bullish. What doing BNAD? Going up a couple of cents? What happened to diminishing returns on shorting VIX? I think you're seeing that. No, BNet will never have a Discord channel. There's not a brokerage in the world that would carry that due to the risk of individual investor with $1 billion portfolio. Yeah, they would. They would love that. they would spend all their time calling that person and asking them if they could manage it for them. But good share lending profits if they dump it all into Siri. Where are the 100k 1 minute GME candles only moving it a penny at a time? What? Because they're netting off all of the short sales. Hmm. Dear God, what is wrong with CrowdStrike? If I lose all 50 of my dollars, I'm gonna be pissed. BNet's pumping. Don't you guys fucking start with that shit, alright? If it gets to 50 cents, let me know. Can we do one last GME pull for nostalgia's sake? We might all be dead the next time it's a worthy topic of conversation. One last ride. What price will GME close at today? Oh, hold on, I can tell you. So we're between 1984 and $20.19. Actually, the highest probability is 2103. Interesting. Oh, okay, because its expiration is there. $20 GME butterflies. They're not gonna be worth it. Also, pin risk. Ew. Butterflies on something that's not cash settled? You're better than that, Dave. I think. How long do they have to hold 95 to keep the charm? All the way into close? Yeah. No, they're not cash settled. It's not a fucking index. Gurk. I bought all my own. I bought a call on my own when I thought we'd bounce, and it worked. I made $300. Nice. There's a 13D on BNAD. By whom? Who filed it? RC Ventures. Alright, I'm selling everything. How much of the unpaid interest goes towards their available margins? Ooh, the exact ratio? That'd be hard to figure out because it's going to depend on... Like, you can look at it in aggregate, but individually it's going to vary. I wonder if I sell my BNet right now for a profit? Will I keep my subscription rights? I don't think so. Are short calls going to get squeezed here on SPX? Probably not, because they don't expire today. I'm at $50 on BNet today. It's the greenest thing in my port. Nice. Top was fun earlier. Hey, VIX is at 12. Ooh, what's cash VIX at? 14. Ding. Power hour? It is.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Log normal. Huh. Put time, yes. Breathe to confirm. It's ridiculous. Delta's positive here. I'd be careful. Positive, but failing? Yeah, charm will probably keep moving negative. Eric Berry here again. We got boots on the ground. I'm reporting to you live from an actual brick and mortar Barnes and Noble. There's way too much inventories and hipsters mooching free Wi-Fi. Berry out. Wrong Barnes and Noble. What the fuck would I have? What do I need 8 screens for? $2 range for the next 50 minutes. It's possible. Have an all-American burger and Massapequa. No. Hmm. Oh, October 2020. Interesting, Mr. Roaring Kitty. Interesting. All right. Todd needs to be arrested for first-degree murder. I agree. Hmm. Yeah, it's very impressive, big shorting. Hmm. Do you have 100% of your Zom position out as CC still? No, it's like 40%. Remember I bought back a bunch on the dip? Oh, 1 second. Bina doing some rippies. How much did this fucking guy buy? .9% ownership? Oh, damn. Hmm. That's going to be problematic for the shorts. Huh. October 50-cent calls are looking quite nice. I wish I hadn't closed half of them. Son of a bitch. Now I want to sell all my shares. Was this covering? This is a little bit of a short squeeze, yeah. Remember, it went down to 20 cents on no news, right? Like, no actual liquidity was brought to bear. Ooh, they opened a leap strike. There's 2,000 calls at $1. 2,300 calls at $1. Or wait, hold on. Sorry, that's not OI. 7,000 calls at 50 cents for October. July. 4,000. Another 2,000 in June. And 2,600 for today. Fun. Gherk, you're pretty good at this stack thing. It's kind of interesting. Huh. How is this not fucking halted? It's up like 200%. BNet hasn't been under $1 all year. It was $2 on January 8th. I think they have a warning, but they have time for that. Ooh, SPX is breaking up. I think under a certain price, little halts are set differently because the percentage moves are so big on every tick. Being at 50 cents is going to be hard to break. Might be, yeah. But if it does, it could rip. Those are going to be for your exercising your subscription rights. So you're allowed to buy 17 shares per one currently held share at 5 cents a piece. Share rights or sell? $1 million question. I don't know. I kind of want to sell here. This is it's like a big move up, and I have a lot of BNAD. Can you exercise then sell? I'm not sure. I don't know what the lock-in date is. It just depends if you think the BNID long-term thesis is worth it or not. Yeah, but I can buy into that at any time, right? Over the long term. $531K for 2450C 524 just came in 30 minutes ago. Okay. Cat's hitting 356. I know. It'll fail if the market tanks here, though. They got somebody filed a 13G for like 9.9% ownership. It's not more expensive post reverse split, right? So if they reverse split, right, and the price of the stock goes to $5 and then drops, say, to 450, that's a significant discount. That's a 10% discount from the subscription price, right? Acer Aries, thank you so much. Guys, welcome to Cornishon. Give Acer a shout out for hooking you up. No. You're reading it wrong. I do agree, but that's saying it's going to drop after the reverse split. It could do the opposite. It's not likely to. $140% on someone saying they own 9.9%. The only reason the share price is at 20 cents is because shorts came in at $2 and shorted the fuck out of it. I've said this a few times over the last several weeks, is, there's no reason for BNED to be at 20 cents yet because they haven't sold the shares in the offering, right? It's the market it's shorts trying to price in the liquidity before it's actually it actually happens, right? And the danger of that is this: someone comes in and buys a lot of it in order to get access, right? Because he can now take that 9.9% holding and exercise his subscription rights against it. Yeah, they'd be incentivized to, pump the stock afterwards. Because if they buy more than 10%, they get exercise rights at $5 post split. What happened to Charm Decaying dragging indexes down? It did. See where we hit 5283? And then they pumped the shit out of it. And now we're back at 302, but they can't get higher because Charm's decaying. So now they're struggling here. I can't tell you what to do with your BNet. I gotta think of what I want to do with mine. It's chasey to jump in shares now? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Why did they just lie down and take it? They can't risk losing 75. Then they lose control of vol. I'm a loser. I'm gonna hold through this pump, but I'm probably gonna regret it. And it depends on how far the pump goes, right? This is big. Especially relative to the float, which isn't that big right now. The float's 37.9 million shares. We've traded 40 million volume so far. If the sold calls at 50 go in the money, oof. Remember when I asked you about this yesterday? Yeah. Yeah, I do. Just close out 50% of my BNet October 18 calls, 300% profit. Thanks for bringing this to my attention. Nice, man. Yeah, I'm gonna have to close out some of mine, too. I have quite a lot of them. But when is the question? The market cap's almost, yeah. $41.66 million. It's kind of hard to believe that 166% move is not going to have some kind of knock-on effect. If we get above 85 cents, it could go kind of crazy. This isn't supposed to be a squeeze play. God fucking damn it. Stupid activist investors. Ruining my fucking day. Classic Gherk. Long-term plays turning into squeezes. It's like fucking Fubo all over again. What's GM on BNet penny stock with barely any strikes? Good question. I don't think we actually pulled data for it even. I can look. No, we don't. Nah, Upstart was a squeeze play. Yeah, but that was that was expected, right? Like Upstart was attractive because it was a squeeze play. BNED's only squeezy because everyone and their mother shorted it down on news of the offering, which isn't released yet. $0.60. Uh-oh. Dork. I said dork. I definitely said dork. I was gonna ask him what do. I'm doing work shit. It's important. Dump it. But I don't want to. I want the MM to hedge it. I think they are hedging it. Can you make Jimmy a penny stock so they can't halt it like and then MOASS will just be from 1 penny to $10. NVIDIA buy right and sold put together? A collar? We need to buy a long, well, you want to buy a long put too. Yeah, I got my cost basis out also. Who purchased 9% of BNED? Scott something? Scott Stewart, millionaire, Bacula. Seems like they take a beating over the weekend. I'd be careful because Cat could reject off of 55 again. Hmm. To be fair, Gherkin and others in the pickle jar probably could have made the 9.99% play too. I wouldn't want to own that much of the company. SPX dumping to close. Ooh, yeah. Maybe. If it loses 5,300 again. To the free float at 28. Or at 50 cents. $14,000 contracts. Hmm. Oh, those are leaps too. And a lot of delta. 0.69 delta on the 50 cent. Any upside to GME next week? Maybe on Monday a little bit, but I don't think so. Not in the early part of next week, at least. What's gonna be really important on GameStop is where it stabilizes after this drop. And this could be where it is stabilizing. Bina doubled my 401k. Nice. So outside of like Monday morning, probably not in the early part of next week. Sorry, I'm kind of focused on something else right now. You should probably contribute more to your 401k. I mean, if you bought $100,000 worth of BNet at 17 cents, you're fucking killing it right now, right? Here's your tip. Don't get used to it making money. Isn't my thing. Nice, Thunder. Well done, man. That's awesome. Should we in the money calls at 50 cents and see if it holds the price? And there's already plenty of calls at 50 cents. So I'm not like throwing around 100K on a penny stock. But like I originally bought BNet at $1, and then I sold in the money calls the first time it hit $2. Then I added more at 80 cents, and I sold in the money calls at $2 again. So me and Dork have been doing this a while on this stock, but this is maybe a lot crazier. I think this is the most volume I've ever seen on it by a long shot. And it was mostly just that. Like, we liked the business, you know, we were digging into it a bit, and it looked really cool. And it was cheap relative to its cash flows. But it had a lot of debt, right? So. And then when it dropped to 20 cents, I was like, oh, I want to take advantage of the share offering. So I pushed my cost basis from negative back to positive. So I could buy at 5 cents a share. And then now I kind of just want to fucking sell everything. It's like their college bookstores, like their campus bookstores. It's not the standard like Barnes and Noble. It's just the ones they have on college campuses. It's a separate business. Oh, that's a great racket. Yeah, so their big thing is they're rolling out this program where when you enroll in your classes, like your financial aid and student loans just automatically buy your books for you, and they'll be facilitating that. And so if that business model succeeds, then BNED could really rip. Because they already make pretty decent money. Automating the racket, love it. Yep. Gherkin about to make us all bag holders. I already took my cost basis off the table. Hmm. That's a crazy spike. BNED's gonna be spicy next week. Maybe. I don't own 20% of the float. Barrick break 1785 challenge. Oh, that'd be cool. We'll see. Maybe we get a pump on gold over the weekend. China's got some, I think, data coming out Sunday night. Yeah. Their 1 year and 5 year rate decisions. You don't own it anymore. Kirk is our DFE. One second. Does BNet just need to close above 50 cents to have OPEXy? That would be nice for it, I'd imagine. The calls would get exercised. I don't think there's enough time. Doesn't look like it's gonna. What did Group see in GME? What? Check out the GME 100C contract 621. More than degen buying. Probably just vol selling. Not anybody buying anything. Barrick did it. Good for Barrick. That's an interesting close on GameStop. Not high enough for it to be substantial, but it's still interesting. Hmm. When Zom short squeeze? We paused a bunch when looking at GME like 10 minutes ago. What did you see then? Oh, nothing. Ding ding. The day is done. Look at that. 5304. You go, Bulls. They spent enough money on it. So BNED might have started a short squeeze today, but I'm sure they'll try to stomp it back down in after hours. However, nobody's probably going to ignore that 152% move into the end of the day. So we might get some spillover there. Cat broke above 355 into close finally, although it took all fucking day. That's a pretty solid bounce there. We should have some staying power on this trend. I would just watch for any kind of pullback, although it looks pretty decent. Fubo just getting shorted. Nothing interesting there. Top had a nice run today and actually closed decently high as well. So there's still a little bit of a move on top into close. This may actually continue next week. It's squeezing off a little bit, and there's some out of the money call interest on it. Beyond bounced back up to the trend line, and we may get another, we may get like a little bounce on it, right, like we had back here, but I don't expect too much out of this, at least not right now. Unless it's kind of gearing up for a bigger move, in which case, you know, we could still see if it breaks through the short calls at 8 to confirm. GoEV had a little move this morning that kind of bled out. It's still very illiquid though, and there hasn't been any covering on it really. This might have some OPEX potential. I think we discussed this earlier. With some of the short calls at 3 and 350 falling off on today's expiration, maybe it can move a bit. Okay. Anyway, SPX ended up getting kind of just kind of range bound today. Not a lot really happened. We had some sharp moves up and down as positioning broke apart and then repositioned, but And mostly we just stayed under the short calls and above the short puts. VIX got absolutely fucking crushed today, ending the day at 11.98 with VIX 3-month out at $14 now. Commodities gapped up today and moved pretty hard. This is a lot to do with China's industrial production numbers last night. You see silver's up 6% today, copper up 4.3, gold up 1.5. Also some demand for oil. As their economy starts to recover, their demand for oil is going to increase substantially. Their reserves are not that plentiful, and that'll have to be priced in. It's not right now. There's still a big short on oil, but this could be a big driver of oil prices. BNet dying. I don't care what it does in after hours. RSP. So breath was a bit supportive today. All of these charts are going to be fucked up. So Dixie kind of climbing back a little after dropping pretty hard this morning, but definitely not a strong move back up yet. Core 1 month continued its decline today, so still more leaning into that dispersion trade. Looks like the breakout, a little bit of breakout on the leverage and the carry trade here. Let me see. Yeah, so that's still pushing up. A little bit of a struggle at the 835 mark, but I guess they don't need to increase leverage right now. Move, not significant. Skew moved up again yesterday, so more of the tail risk being pulled back. 76.54% of the S&P over. Yeah, that's not going to change much. And I don't have correlation right now, but I'll get it for everyone on Sunday. Looks like we're still pricing in 35 points of rate cuts. Oh, sorry, 33 points. So rate cuts not being priced in as strongly. The 10, 20, and 30-year moved up a decent amount today. The 10-year almost back to that 4.45 level. 20-year back to 4.6. So we're seeing financial conditions tighten a little bit. Some of that has to do with Japan's GDP on Thursday night was not good. That's gonna devalue yen and probably incentivize more and more participants to pile into the carry trade. I'll go over more of the technicals when I do the weekly write-up, but I do want to point out that we have a higher low and a higher high on the weekly, with a fairly strong close into the back half of the week. And this does set us up well for continuation. Yeah, we're no longer on the inside on the monthly. We've now broken to the upside. This is a fairly bullish signal in the long run, and so we may get a couple more weeks of persistence in the upside here. Not that there's a lot of room for us to move up, but Vega neutral and gamma max will probably drift slightly higher still, and I would say that we could maybe still see like 53.50 at some point. Nope, OPEX 52.50 gap fill. I mean, if we fail over the weekend and sell off under 52.75 Monday, maybe it's gonna need quite a lot of setup. I'm sure we'll be aware if it's happening. There's plenty of levels to confirm to the downside. Yeah, TUP is running in after hours. Not a ton. It's up like 3% in after hours, but it is moving. 53.50 on NVIDIA earnings. That sounds more likely than anything else because they can gap over the short calls that way. I think that's about it. Yeah, I gotta fix these charts, but I'll have them fixed to the weekend stream, and we can cover all the memes and everything else there. So, thank you guys so much. I will see you Sunday morning, bright and early at 12:30 p.m. For the member stream, and then I'll have Pickles Picks out Sunday night. For everyone else, I will see you Monday. Come on, Greg, you definitely saw something on GME. You said you wouldn't keep information about GME from us, right? Is it going to repeat the pattern back in 2020? Share with the class. I don't know. It was something I noticed, but I need to dig into it and see what it means. I could be completely wrong, and I'm not gonna say anything stupid unless I can verify what I'm thinking somehow. So, yeah, I have some thoughts, but I'm gonna save them till I can do a little more digging. Anyway, thank you guys so much. I will see you all Sunday and Monday. I hope everybody enjoys their weekend. Later, guys.